It has been said that there's no place like home, unless, of course, you're Prince Fielder. The Rangers' designated hitter has hit 4 home runs and driven in a dozen while batting .467 in the first 7 games of this road trip. Tonight, Prince and the rest of your Rangers look to extend their season-long 6-game winning streak as they take on the Cleveland Indians. Coming up next on Fox Sports Southwest. Texas Rangers baseball is presented by AT&T UVerse TV. Now, Progressive Field in Cleveland, there's a threat of a storm here tonight, but the Rangers storm is brewing, and it is continuing as they take on the Cleveland Indians in Game 2 of this 3-game series. And welcome in, everyone, along with Tom Graves, Steve Busby. Glad you could join us for this Tuesday night of Rangers baseball. Glad to have you along. The Rangers are glad to have you along, too. They are the hottest thing going. And they've got one of the hottest pitchers on the road in the American League going for him tonight, and that's Wandy Rodriguez.
Yeah, what a boost he's been to the rotation. He was signed as a free agent after being released by Pittsburgh at the end of spring training. Not many teams have picked up a guy that has helped their rotation like Wandy after spring training this year. But Wandy has been terrific. He struggled 2 starts ago at home against the Indians, as a matter of fact. But as in his first start on this road trip in Boston, he was terrific. He pitched into the 7th inning. He only gave up 1 run. The Red Sox did not take a lot of good swings at him. Had his curveball working, and when his curveball is working, he can throw it pretty much anytime, anywhere he wants to. On the road this year, he's been terrific. 1 run he's given up in each one of his road starts.
Boy, that's a model of consistency, too, for Wandy Rodriguez. And he is just a pleasure to watch when he has command of that big breaking ball and the fastball, which he's had every time away from Arlington this year. Now, we will come back with more of our pregame from Progressive Field in Cleveland coming up right after this on Fox Sports Southwest. Steve Busby, and glad you waited around. It's been about a 55-minute delay to get this game underway here in Cleveland, and skies have lightened up just a little bit. There's still the threat of rain later on, but we'll worry about that later on. Right now, trying to get game 2 of this 3-game set underway. Tom will tell you about the Southwest Airlines Texas Rangers starting lineup.
Well, back in the leadoff spot for the Rangers for tonight's ball game is Leonis Martin in center field. Shin-Soo Choo bats second. Prince Fielder is third at DH. Adrian Beltre, the third baseman, is fourth. Josh Hamilton starts in left field and bats fifth. Mitch Moreland at first base is sixth. Elvis Andrus is the shortstop, followed by Carlos Corporan, the catcher, and batting ninth, the second baseman, Tommy Field.
And that lineup is going to face 25-year-old right-hander Danny Salazar. Now, scouting report on Salazar. Great numbers this year, 5-1 with a 3.50 ERA. He's a hard thrower. Has an excellent split-fingered pitch, too, that he uses as a changeup. Rangers, though, have treated him pretty rudely. They'll look to continue that again tonight. Even though Salazar is 1-0 against the Rangers, the 2 starts that he's had against them, he has been roughed up pretty well. He has been a beneficiary of 22 runs of support in those 2 outings. So Rangers will try and get to him tonight and sack him with the first loss. Here's Leonis Martin, and we are underway with ball 1. Leonis back in that top spot, 216 the average, a couple of home runs and 9 driven in. And a strike to the inside corner. Leonis did not start in yesterday's ball game. Takes that pitch in at the knees. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Underway after a 56-minute rain delay officially. 82 degrees at first pitch. Leonis going up the ladder. Got off a floor or 2 early.
Well, Salazar, as you said, Buzz, has a great fastball. Hasn't thrown a pitch below 95 in the ball game. All fastballs. Also, for a young, hard thrower, has great control. Only walked 9 batters. Struck out 60, walked 9. That's pretty good for a 25-year-old flamethrower.
Pretty good for a 35-year-old.
That's good for anybody.
Yeah, sure is. No, 1 gone. Shin-Soo Choo, former Indian, stepping in, hitting at 237. And Choo picks up that first pitch and rounds out to Kipnis. 2 gone. No 2 away. Let's take a look at the rest of the Indians' defense tonight for you. Outfield has Rayburn in left, Brantley in center, Moss is in right. Carlos Santana at first. You saw Jason Kipnis at second. Jose Ramirez is the shortstop. Mike Aviles is over at third. And Yan Gomes back in the lineup catching tonight. The 2 outs, bases empty. Here is Prince Fielder. Fielder, the league's leading hitter, takes outside for ball 1. Prince at 365. And he has had a road trip to remember. He has hit 452 the first 7 games of this trip. 2 balls, no strikes. Fielder in the last 4 ball games, 11 for 19 with 12 runs driven in. Down the left field line, it's a fair ball headed to the corner, and Fielder is at it again. He will cruise into second with an opposite field 2-out double.
Well, with guys throwing 97 miles an hour, it's tough to pull that kind of a pitcher. Prince doesn't even try to. He just goes with the pitch, tailing away on the outside part of the plate, and drills it down the left field line. Shot into the corner for a double. If they throw him an off-speed pitch, that's the ball he pulls. Other than that, he's going straight away with it.
Now that's now a 5-game hitting streak for Fielder. He has gone now 12 for 20. That is, what do they say, en fuego?
That's en fuego.
Yeah. Well, here's Adrian trying to pick him up. Beltre at 261 takes high and tight for ball 1. Beltre has hit safely in each of his last 3 ball games. And we've talked about this, Tom, the last couple of weeks. And once Beltre got hot or started swinging the bat very well behind Prince Fielder. It made a difference for Prince. Fielder's going to third. Gomes can't keep his feet underneath him. Well, Fielder advances with a good jump on that wild pitch.
Hard breaking ball. Gomes is able to block it, not able to keep it in front of him, though. It had so much spin on it, just hit his chest and caromed off.
But Tom, the fact that Adrian got hot, then Prince stayed hot, well, that's a pretty formidable duo. And now Prince is getting some pitches in run-producing situations to work with.
Yeah, and right along with that, Shin-Soo Choo has been hot in May, which has given him someone to drive in. Delano DeShields is hit at the top of the lineup. He's been getting on base quite a bit, so it's really starting to work pretty well. Mitch Moreland's been hitting over 300. A lot of the components are working well, getting men on, and then the big guys are hot, driving them in.
Oh, a double, now a walk. Runners at first and third for Josh Hamilton. Hamilton, in his debut for 2015 yesterday, took it 0 for 3. Although he was on base a couple of times, a walk, and also reached on an error, very big error late in that ball game that scored the go-ahead run.
Yeah, that was about as routine a play as you could possibly get. A little tapper back to the mound turned into basically a game-winning error for the Rangers.
Salazar to the plate, and Hamilton takes a strike. Hamilton, just a couple of at-bats against Salazar. He's 0 for 2. Off speed, that catches the outside corner. No balls and 2 strikes. Fox tracker showing you the closeness of those 2 pitches.
Last breaking ball almost caught the outside corner. Salazar got the call.
Hamilton reaching for it and chops it foul. We'll come back and try it again at 0-2.
Salazar's breaking ball is upper 80s. Last one was 87 miles an hour. Josh had a little bit of a problem yesterday with his timing with Sean Markham, who had the excellent changeup.
Fielder at third, Beltre at first. 2 outs here in the top of the first scoreless ball game. And Hamilton going after a high fastball, fouls it out of play.
What a catch up in a luxury box. Bare-handed, man in the purple. Got one for his daughter. Became an instant hero. Daughter had the glove, he made the catch.
There you go.
Wow, nice play.
He just won Father of the Week.
Oh, he did, boy.
Yeah.
That'll be show and tell at school.
Hamilton waiting. Still no balls, 2 strikes. Salazar set. That's outside. Beltre thought about trying to go to second. That ball was not far enough away from Gomes for Adrian to try it. Adrian saying, maybe I could have. Don't know. Career for Josh Hamilton in this ballpark. 25 games. He has hit .340. 4 home runs, 17 driven in. Trying to add to those numbers here. Got him swinging. That strikeout will be finished at first base, and the Rangers gone in the first. No runs a hit, they leave 2. After half inning, Rangers nothing, Indians coming up. come to bat, and here's Tom with the Amica Indians lineup.
For the Indians, the second baseman, Jason Kipnis, will lead off, followed by the first baseman, Carlos Santana. Michael Brantley is the center fielder, followed by Ryan Rayburn getting the start in left field and batting cleanup. Nick Swisher's the DH, batting fifth. Yan Gomes will catch and bat sixth. The right fielder batting seventh is Brandon Moss. Mike Aviles bats eighth at third, and the shortstop batting ninth, Jose Ramirez.
And that's the Indians lineup that will face Wandy Rodriguez, our progressive scouting report for the 36-year-old left-hander. 2-2 in 6 starts this season. He's on a pretty good roll on the road at 1.40 ERA, telling you how well he has pitched. He's facing another team that can be very aggressive, and that plays right into Wandy's hands when he has good command of that fastball and the curveball. Coming off his second longest outing as a Ranger, his outing in Boston last week. And we get things underway, and he fires strike one to Jason Kipnis. Kipnis, a .337 average overall. 4 home runs, 21 RBI, and he takes high and tight. All the numbers for Kipnis against Wandy Rodriguez. Here's the breaking ball that just hung inside a little bit. John Tumpane, the home plate umpire. Kipnis a drive to deep right field. Chu is going back. He is at the wall. That ball's gone. Jason Kipnis with his 5th home run of the year. The Indians jump out to a 1-0 lead.
Well, Kipnis turned on that fastball. Looked like it was on the inside half of the plate. Nice to have a leadoff hitter who's getting on base 40% of the time and has that kind of power to take that fastball all the way out of here 380 feet away. Trying to throw it down and away. Unfortunately, it's on the inside part of the plate. You can see why he was trying to throw it away. Looks like Kipnis handles that pitch on the inside part of the plate pretty well. Just missed his spot.
Oh, just like that, the Indians reminding Wandy Rodriguez the tough time they gave him 10 days ago at home. Carlos Santana, switch hitter up there from the right side, is Jason Kipnis. Gets his 5th home run, drives in his 22nd run of the year. Santana drives it to left. Josh Hamilton coming on, has to reach down at the last second and make the grab.
Boy, that was a rope. Stayed up long enough, just barely long enough for Josh to catch that ball.
And we'll take a look at the rest of the Rangers defense, brought to you tonight by the New Braunfels Convention and Visitors Bureau. You saw Josh in left field. He was joined by Leonis Martin in center, Shin-Soo Choo in right field. Orland at first, Field and Andrews up the middle, Beltre at third, Corcoran catching for the 2nd straight ball game. 1 out, Michael Brantley takes a fastball for strike one. Brantley, a .315 hitter, 4 home runs, 27 driven in. And statistically, he is better against left-handers this year than right-handers. .345 is average against left-handed pitching. Gets fisted here and hits a little pop-up. Moreland and Field. It'll be Tommy Field making the call on the catch for out number 2.
That was a similar pitch inside part of the plate that Kipnis hit for a home run. That time Wandy was able to get it in on Brantley. Jammed him with a little pop-up. Pitch to Kipnis was up and in. This time he's trying to throw it in there. Turns into a little bit of a jam shot.
No, 2 outs. Now Ryan Rayburn, the left fielder, steps in. Rayburn, pretty much a straight platoon situation, hitting against left-handers. David Murphy getting a lot of the at-bats against right-handed pitching. And Rayburn hits one deep down the right field line that is slicing at the pole and gone. Boy, Rayburn going the other way and with authority hits it out, and the Indians lead 2-0.
Kipnis hit a high inside fastball. That was a changeup that stayed up, and that's what can happen to a changeup. Wandy generally tries to throw that pitch tailing down and away to a right-hand hitter, to where if you make contact, you're not going to be able to do this. See, the glove is way down low, Unfortunately, that changeup is way up high, right in the strike zone, middle of the strike zone. Turns into a home run. And both times with a changeup and a fastball, Wandy missed his spot, and the Indians made him pay for it.
Well, Rayburn with his second home run of the year. And with 2 outs, base is still empty. Nick Swisher takes ball 1. Swisher also a switch hitter up there from the right side. It's fouled off.
Rayburn had 1 RBI in his last 12 games.
A rip and a miss, 1-2. Well, the 2 home runs in this inning, and Jason Kipnis with his 4th career leadoff home run, the 2nd this season, and then Ryan Rayburn going the other way, a 390-foot shot down the right field line. That's pretty good power going right down the opposite line. 1-2 pitch. Fisted him and out to Tommy Field. On to first, that'll do it. But a little thunder early from the Indians, 2 home runs. We'll go to the second, 2-0 Cleveland. Continue on Sunday. That's June 14th. The first 15,000 fans will get an Elvis Andrus stolen base gnome. That's courtesy of Coca-Cola. Visit TexasRangers.com or call 972-RANGERS for your tickets. Well, the Rangers come to bat here in the top of the second, trailing 2-0. A couple of home runs for the Indians in the bottom of the first, and Mitch Moreland leading off takes strike 1. Mitch batting .309, 4 home runs, 17 driven in. And Mitch, longest hitting streak alive for the Rangers right now, 9 straight games. He's hit .351 in those 9 games. Here are the numbers for you: 3 home runs, 8 RBI during that 9-game stretch. Nothing in 2 as he faces Salazar. And Mitch's streak matches his career best. This is the 3rd time that he's had a 9-gamer. It's also the 4th longest active streak in the American League. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now here in the Rangers' second, Moreland to be followed by Andrus and Corporan. Rangers had a couple of runners in the first inning, but stranded him. Got him swinging. It looked like that split-fingered pitch that Salazar will use, and it certainly is a good complementary pitch to his fastball.
That's a 3rd straight one he threw. 2 of them were outside. This one's a little low, but third one was tough for Mitch to lay off of. We've seen all the pitches he threw. Second pitch to Mitch was a curveball. First inning, he was throwing a hard slider, it looked like. We've seen all his pitches now.
And he has 3 strikeouts in the first 6 Rangers that he's faced. Here's Elvis. 2-hit game yesterday. And he takes strike 1. Although when you say Elvis in Cleveland, it shouldn't be a surprise about the number of hits. He's going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever it takes against the Tribe in this ballpark. A ball and a strike.
Yeah, Elvis hit the ball really well yesterday. He pulled a hard double and then hit a home run. Generally, he doesn't hit a lot of home runs, but most of his home runs he pulls down the left field line. This one was a pitch to left center field. He really hit well.
You got a kick. You asked me today if that was the longest one he hit. He was kind of taken aback by it. No, I don't think so. Was it? I can hit further than that.
I don't know if it was the longest one or not, but I think it was.
And Elvis hits it sharply, but on 3 hops, he goes out to Jason Kipnis, 2 gone. Never get a hitter to say that was my best bowl.
No, and you don't want to say to Elvis, okay, if that wasn't, which one was? No, just a little conversation and kind of let it go at that. Point is, he really hit it well yesterday,
he did.
And that was nice to see.
Yes, he did.
And we've kind of talked about it since spring training, the little adjustments he's trying to make to his swing so that he can drive the ball a little bit better left field. And pretty much sprinkled throughout the season for 2 months. We've seen examples of it. Hard hit doubles down the left field line, pulling a fastball. The ball he hit yesterday to left center field. He's seeing results.
Yeah, see that double that he hit, he turned on well.
Yeah, sure did.
Carlos Corporán goes after the next pitch and fouls it straight down. 0-2. Corporán, a 180 average, a home run, 5 driven in. Carlos pretty much assured he's been catching Wandy Rodriguez every time that the left-hander's turn comes up, and then sprinkled in a few more. Carlos overall this year has had 18 starts, including tonight. One and two. And we'll try it again. Corporán, kind of a downturn offensively, just 1 for his last 14 times up there. Seen that batting average drop almost 80 points. 2-2 now. Got him on the fist. And Carlos fighting that off to stay alive. Is Salazar the kind of guy, Tommy, you would try to, assuming he's not going to walk anybody, which he doesn't, get him early in the count, pick out a pitch and get him early?
Yeah, the guy that's only walked 9 guys, I'm trying to hit the first good fastball I can see. And that's not necessarily an easy assignment when he's throwing 95 miles an hour. But personally, I would look at my best chance of trying to get a fastball early in the count, not taking. Get behind in the count, and then he can go at you with a lot of different weapons.
There's one right there. Yep. Well, 4 strikeouts. Corporán didn't like it, but he's gone. So are the Rangers in order after 1.5, 2-0 Indians. Brought to you by the Ford Memorial Day EcoBoost sales event. Get to your best in Texas Ford dealer today. Now, still some high overcast here in Cleveland, and that's going to be a busy building next door here in about half an hour or so. That's Quicken Loans Arena, where the Cleveland Cavaliers are going to be taking on the Atlanta Hawks in Game 4 of the Eastern Conference Finals of the NBA.
Yeah, we thought with a normal game we'd get out of here before that game was over. Looks like we might coincide with the ending of that game now.
Yeah, we didn't count on a 56-minute delay at the start of the game. Yan Gomes leading things off, and he chops a pitch foul from Wandy Rodriguez. No balls, 2 strikes. Gomes just back into the lineup as of day before yesterday. He had come back from a knee injury suffered in early April. He had a sprain to his right knee, and that put him on the shelf for a while. He gets fisted here and pops one foul. That's going to go over the Ranger dugout and back into the first row.
Yeah, Gomes is one of the better hitting catchers in baseball. Last year he hit almost 280, hit 278. He had 21 home runs and knocked in 74 runs. The year before that, he only had around 300 at bats, but he hit 294. Showed pretty good power numbers to go along with it.
Call strike 3. Now Gomes caught looking at something inside after getting fisted the pitch before, and Wandy Rodriguez crossed him up. I'm not sure Wandy did that on purpose, but it's all right. That is strikeout number 1 for the Ranger left-hander.
It's almost like Gomes was anticipating the inside pitch and didn't get it.
Now Brandon Moss fouls back that first pitch. Moss dropped down in the order with the left-hander on the mound, a .225 average. About 7 home runs, leads the Indian team. 27 RBI. Big breaking ball, and it just stayed inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Another breaking ball, that again hangs inside.
That's a third one right there that evidently hasn't quite caught the inside corner. Borderline.
Foul ball. And we'll come back and try it at 2-2. Moss is wondering the same thing I was wondering. How do you hit a ball like that? Just hit it right off the end of the bat, huh?
Yeah, swinging a pitch, it's about an inch off the ground. That's why. That's one way of doing it.
Well, Moss providing the power that the Indians brought him over here to provide. Chops another one foul. Moss coming into his own as an everyday player in Oakland. Indians brought him over the offseason. 1 hit in his last 9 at bats. He'll have streaks like that. He'll also have streaks where he has 3 or 4 home runs in a week. Rodriguez back to the plate. Got him swinging. Went upstairs. Moss could not get on top of that fastball. Back-to-back strikeouts for Wandy Rodriguez. 2 gone for Mike Aviles. That's a hole up there that a lot of left-handed hitters have. You can get the ball, get them to swing at pitches just above belt high on the inner part of the plate. Aviles takes a strike, 0-1. Aviles a .283 hitter against left-handers this year. Over the years, he has been pretty consistently that kind of hitter. 4-game hitting streak that he brings into play tonight. A ball and 2 strikes to it. Aviles 24 games this year, .324 average.
He didn't like that call. He's diving in for a pitch out over the plate. Looked like a pretty good pitch that he took.
Well, Aviles has been hot in the last 12 ball games. He's hit .375. He waited to the last second to spoil that curveball that didn't quite get down where Wandy wanted it. Month of May, another hot Indian. 429 with a home run and 3 driven in. Wandy taking a little time. Now he's back up on top. Check swing, and they went the appeal down to first. No swing.
Another pitch that was pretty close to the inside corner, maybe a little bit inside. Definitely where he's trying to pound that pitch. He didn't swing at it. It looked like it was a pretty good pitch.
Breaking ball comes around the outside and just didn't quite get there. Oh, Aviles draws the 2-out walk. He is aboard for Jose Ramirez.
That's that same pitch that's just not quite getting there. Trying to drop it on the outside corner. It's coming around, but 3 or 4 of them have stopped right where number 7 is there. Just a little bit away from the outside corner.
Oh, a 2-out walk. Aviles at first. Now Jose Ramirez, the switch hitting shortstop. Ramirez with a 185 average overall. And he's going to chop one to Elvis, his counterpart, on to second for the force. And that'll take care of the Indians. 1 man left. We're going to the 3rd inning in Cleveland. It's the Indians 2, the Rangers nothing.
Aggressive field, and I've made my way to a very cool spot here. It's actually kind of a sports bar, but you still have a decent view of the field. Grab a beverage, grab something to eat, and my ballpark food tour continues, and I think the lobster roll may have met its match here tonight. This is the pulled pork gourmet grilled cheese sandwich. It is pulled pork, barbecue sauce, pepper jack cheese, and some sweet slaw. So I am not going to be able to do this with one hand. I'm going to put my microphone down, and I know I've said it before, but please, please turn away. Two-handed. Here we go. I don't know if this is even going to work. Okay, napkin. Oh, my gosh. I think we have a new number 1. It's really, really good. A new number 1 goes to the pulled pork barbecue sandwich from the Melt concession stand here in Cleveland.
And a huge upset.
It is a big upset. It's just a little more ballparky, you know?
Sure.
Lobster roll still very good.
I thought that Sunday you had yesterday had taken over the league.
I know. I rethought it. I rethought what we talked about. I didn't feel like it was fair to the regular food items.
Well, you could go on courses. You know, that's the 3rd course.
We could. It's a long season. It's a long season, you guys.
Yeah, a lot of ballparks to visit,
We
too.
We do. New number 1.
All right.
All right, guys.
That sounds good, too.
It does. Leonis Martin chopping one to Santana. Salazar covering. That's out number 2. And before Shin-Soo Choo steps in, let's send it back to Dana Larson for a Mazda game break. All right, Dana, thank you. Well, the Yankees turning things around, taking it to Kansas City a couple of days in a row.
Boy, when we were there, it looked like the Yankees would never win another game.
Yeah. Shin-Soo Choo for his second at bat takes strike 1 at the knees. Swung at the first pitch he saw first time up and grounded out to second. And Salazar missing low and in. Salazar with 5 strikeouts already tonight. Choo, a .236 average as he faces the young right-hander.
Against the Rangers, the last time he pitched, a couple starts ago, he had 4 strikeouts and 4 2/3. Really didn't have his good stuff that day. He only walked 1, but he gave up a couple of home runs. Gave up 7 runs in that game. 5 of them were earned. He just had some pretty good swings at him that day. But he bounced back against the White Sox with a good game. 6 innings, didn't give up a run, struck out 8 in that game.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that was the first start for him all year where he didn't give up a home run.
Was it?
Yeah. You think of a guy like this, you don't think of him giving up a lot of home runs, and at least I don't. And he has.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure what you would look at and say, well, that must be the pitch he gives up a home run on, unless it's a high changeup or
could be.
Maybe fastball count. He grooves a fastball.
Right.
Not sure what it would happen now.
Now Choo draws the 2-out walk. Now Prince Fielder coming up. Yeah, to me, most of the time, the guys that give up a lot of home runs are typically fastball, curveball kinds of pitchers, where they hang some curveballs, and those balls get hit a long way. Mm-hmm. Brooke Blythe is a good example. Great stuff, and when he's going to get hit, he gives up home runs on the curveball.
Yeah, late in his career, when he lost a little bit of velocity and he didn't want to walk anybody, he gave up a lot of. I think he gave up 50 home runs one year. Most of them probably were solo shots.
And again, going the other way. Prince Fielder is 2 for 2.
And they're both ropes.
They
too.
are.
Now Salazar is probably saying, well, if I throw him a fastball, maybe he won't pull it out of the ballpark. So all he's done is just rip 2 fastballs to left field. And maybe the next time he'll say, I'm going to try an off-speed pitch, and that'll be the one he does get up in the air and pull to right field. He's just in a groove right now where pitcher doesn't have a chance against him.
No, there probably isn't a place where you can safely pitch him right now.
No.
Maybe behind him. So 2 on, 2 out, very much like the Rangers had in the first. Adrian Beltre was part of that couple of men on the first, drew a walk. He's got Choo at second, Fielder at first. And there's the breaking ball. It catches the inside corner.
Going to be a pretty good contest between Jason Kipnis, Prince Fielder, and I'm not sure who else for the Player of the Month in the American League in May.
Yeah, you're right.
Kipnis is having a huge month of May himself.
Beltre at chopper left side, and Choo runs into the out. Cavilas makes the tag play. Rangers strand a couple on a hit and a walk. And Emily Jones enjoying that pulled pork sandwich out here. 2-0 Cleveland after 2.5. Jersey Day presented by Majestic. Fans who wear a Rangers jersey to the game that night will get to participate in a pregame parade and will receive a voucher for a free ticket to select games in August and September. Plus, Texas Rangers retail locations are offering 15% off all Ranger jerseys from now until the 29th. Get tickets for the May 29th game at TexasRangers.com. Well, top of the order for the second time to face Wandy Rodriguez, Jason Kipnis, who started things by homering to right field. Takes a pitch on the outside corner this time. No balls and 2 strikes.
That's where he's trying to throw that pitch they hit for a home run, just like that.
Sure was. Breaking ball, see you later. Kipnis got tied up like a hostage on that one. That was the first inning home run for Kipnis.
You can tell the difference in location. The catcher had the glove on the outside part of the plate. First time up, he missed the target, got it inside, hit a home run. Next time up, he threw it on the outside corner. He missed, he took it, and then he takes the curveball in the same spot. Didn't have a chance to hit that curveball. That's the difference between locating your pitches and getting burned by one you missed on.
Corcoran never moved his glove.
No.
He set it right there on the outside, and boom. So 1 gone. Carlos Santana takes low and in. 2 balls, no strikes. Santana lined sharply to left his first time up. Takes that pitch right at the knees on the inside. 2 balls and a strike. Santana, 222 average. Ground ball. Elvis, a 360 throws, dug out by Moreland.
Boy,
how about that?
There's not many first basemen in the league digging the ball out of the dirt better than Mitch Moreland right now. Doesn't matter where the infielder throws it. If he can reach it, he's going to snag it. Beautiful play by Elvis. We saw him make this play, maybe a week ago. And I think he might have gotten a little help from Mitch on that one, too.
Yep.
Spinning all the way around, weight going out toward the outfield. Accurate enough to where Mitch has a chance to dig it out. Wandy appreciates that.
Sure does.
Nice play.
That'll get you a free lunch or dinner or something from Wandy. No, 2 gone. Here's Michael Brantley. And he takes strike 1. Brantley got jammed and hit a little pop-up to second baseman Tommy Field his first time. Brantley at 313. This one's hit on the right side again. Field gobbles this up, ranging to his left. No, it's a very quick and easy 1, 2, 3, third. The Indians gone, and we'll go to the 4th. It's the Indians 2, the Rangers nothing. Is offering 2 tickets to the May 28th game against the Red Sox for just $32. This offer is good for seats up to the lower reserve section. You can visit TexasRangers.com and use the online coupon code Hamilton. They'll welcome Josh back. Come on out and do it in person. And here is Josh Hamilton taking outside for ball one. Josh, a strikeout, his first time up. Hamilton 0 for 4. Salazar working that pitch in on his fists. 86-mile-an-hour cut fastball, and Hamilton able to foul it off. Last ball game that Josh played in prior to yesterday at the major league level was October the 14th, excuse me. October the 5th of last year. It was game 3 against Kansas City when he was with the Angels. 2-1 pitch. Get out to short. Ramirez throw on the money. That is out number 1. Next will be Mitch Moreland.
A high off-speed pitch, maybe a changeup. Josh had a lot of spin on that ball. Might hit it off the end of the bat, actually.
Salazar, pretty economical tonight. Just 54 pitches for 10 outs. Mitch Moreland, a strikeout as he led off the second inning. 1 ball, no strikes. Mentioned Mitch, that 9-game hitting streak. He's been off the disabled list this time for 13 games now. He's hit .313 over that span. A little bit aggravated on that foul ball. Not much protection where that ball hit him in the foot. One and one. Salazar reading the signs. Did not go around, according to Corey Blazer, the third base coach. And the count is 2-1. Mitch with the .305 average. Trying to get aboard with 1 out here in the 4th inning. Rangers trailing 2-0. Now 3-1. Mitch hitting 6th in the order. Elvis Andrus, the Rangers shortstop, will follow. Up the middle. Well, that's a bullet, but that was where Ramirez was shading Mitch Moreland. 2 gone. Well, Elvis coming up, and our T-Mobile game changer will focus on Elvis Andrus tonight. .288 average, a couple of home runs in 19 games when he's batting either 6th or 7th in the lineup. And as a number 2 hitter, just a .200 average.
I think I'd leave him right there then. He's going to do that.
Well, he's driving in runs. And, yeah. Hit the home run last night, yesterday afternoon, late. Fouls that pitch out of play. It's 0-1. Rangers and Elvis have been much better about driving folks in, getting hits with runners in scoring position. We'll go back to yesterday afternoon. The home run that Elvis hit, and he turned it around pretty quickly. One and 2 now. Rangers in the last 4 games as a team are 16 for 40 with runners in scoring position. That's a .400 average. There's a base hit. Elvis dropping the head of the bat on that ball and smoked it into left field for a 2-out single.
Yep, he's starting to do that a little bit more often. This was a changeup. Kind of floats back to the inside part of the plate. He had a great swing at that ball. Really hit that ball sharply into left field. Rangers have had 3 hits, 2 by Prince, 1 by Elvis, and all of them have been line drives from left field.
That specific pitch in that location is why a lot of right-handed pitchers don't like to throw changeups to right-handed hitters. The ball floats right back down to the low inside, and that's pretty easy to drop the head of the bat on.
Yeah.
Same thing for left-handers, the left-handed hitters. Carlos Corcoran called out on strikes his first time up there. Rangers now with 3 hits tonight. Elvis at first with 2 outs. Corcoran a 177 average. Reminded that with that base hit, Elvis now a 27-game hitting streak in this ballpark. Every ball game that he has played against the Indians here, he's gotten a base hit.
Pretty amazing. And you can tell by talking to him, the way he talks to the press, he just loves playing in this ballpark. Smiles when he talks about it.
Kind of surprised he doesn't rent out one of the suites. As much as he likes it. Corcoran gone on strike. Salazar now with 6 strikeouts. Rangers strand a runner on a base hit. After 3.5, 2-0 Cleveland.
The field. Well, this is Heritage Park, a collection of 17 Cleveland Indians who have been enshrined in the National Baseball Hall of Fame. Some very familiar names and faces out here. Satchel Paige there behind me. Then you've got Gaylord Perry, and then a pretty good arm back in his day. A guy you might recognize, Mr. Cy Young. Guys.
All right, Emily, thank you. Yeah, I heard tell he was pretty tough to.
Cy Young.
Pretty tough on opposing hitters. Anytime you get an award named after you, got to have to do something pretty good. Wandy Rodriguez going to work against Ryan Rayburn to start off the 4th inning. 2-0 Cleveland lead. Rayburn wrapped a home run around the right field foul pole his first time up. Wandy taking a pitch to him, and he was giving him a hard time hitting the other way that time. 2 balls and a strike. Rayburn, that was his 2nd home run of the year. He has 13 runs driven in. Off speed, a bit low. 3 balls and a strike. Here's that home run about which I spoke. 390 feet right down the right field line. Hits this one well to left center field this time, and that is by Leonis Martin to the wall. Rayburn into second with a leadoff double. Well, both times now Rodriguez has gotten a pitch out over the plate, and Rayburn has capitalized on it.
Yeah, that one had a little bit of right to left action on it. A little bit of a draw. Leonis was playing a little bit over toward right center field. Just never had a chance to get in the picture on this ball. Well hit ball by Rayburn. He came into the game 2 for 19 with 1 RBI in 12 games. Wouldn't know it tonight. He swung the bat. Well, he's got a couple good pitches to hit, but he's still had to swing the bat to do it.
So Rayburn leading off with that double at second base now. Nick Swisher hit a ground ball to second, his first time up there, and he takes the breaking ball for strike one. So Wandy going to try to make pitches to Swisher where he cannot hit the ball to the right side. And breaking ball on the first pitch, one of those kinds of pitches. Try to work the fastball inside, back in there. See if he can get Swisher to pull the ball if he puts it in play and not advance the runner on an out. Swisher, a .222 hitter. Barry Francona, Indian skipper over there, keeping an eye on things. Saw his team lose yesterday for the first time in 7 ball games. Chopper up the middle. That is going to get the runner over, and Elvis throws out Swisher. On to third goes Rayburn. He's there with 1 out now, and Yan Gomes coming up. Credit Nick Swisher by hitting it slowly enough up the middle that he was able to get Rayburn over the extra 90 feet. Now the Rangers with 1 out will pull the infield in. Gomes called out on strikes his first time up there. Yan Gomes, a 120 average, still looking for his first RBI of the year. Ball 1 is inside. Talking about Gomes, the year he had last year, he was the Silver Slugger Award winner as the catcher. First Indians catcher in their history to win it outright. Victor Martinez, when he was a catcher here, shared the award in 2004. But last year, Yan Gomes had it all to himself. 2-0 the count. Corcoran. Rodriguez. Fly ball left center field. Tagging at third is Rayburn. Here comes the throw from Leonis. It's offline. And Rayburn slides in with the third run of the night. The sacrifice fly by Yan Gomes. The Indians have a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, that was just a little too deep, even for Leonis. I think even if that ball took a one-hop throw to the one-hop right straight to the catcher, the runner was still going to be safe. Strong throw on one hop. Would have been fun to watch it if it was right on line, but from way out there, that's asking a lot.
Well, the Indians get him on, get him over, and get him in, and take a 3-0 lead. And now Brandon Moss up there. The Rangers, with the bases empty, will go into an overshift for Moss. First pitch is high for ball 1. Brandon Moss struck out in the second inning. Average at .224. Rangers with 3 infielders on the right side of the diamond. Adrian Beltre, the only Ranger on the left side, and he's just about midway between second and third. He wants a new baseball. That didn't feel good coming out of his hand. He said, no, I'm not going to do that again. I think it's a lot easier for us to see that coming out of his hand than knowing it's a breaking ball. I'm not sure that Moss's first reaction was, oh, that's a curveball. I'm okay. Kind of vacate the premises early, don't you?
Yeah, even if it's a curveball going 75 miles an hour, you're still not going to say, well, just let it hit me in the head. You're still diving. Your instincts tell you get out of the way. It's not going to hurt quite as much if it's 20 miles an hour slower.
That's a little too much thinking to figure that out.
Some guys are able, you see them too. Some guys are able to take a slider or a curveball and let it hit them. Most players, your first reaction when the ball's coming at you, your instincts make you get out of the way. And after it's over with, you say to yourself, man, I could have just stayed there. That wouldn't even have hurt. It was just a curveball. But you don't have the presence of mind to do it while the ball's in the air. Some guys do.
Yeah.
Maybe they have a little less fear than the rest of us.
That's grounded into the shift, and Tommy Field from shallow right throws out Moss, and that'll do it. But the leadoff double and the sac fly by Gomes, if the Indians on the board, will go to the 5th inning, 3-0 Cleveland. By Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. And by the Mazda 6. J.D. Power has awarded the Mazda 6 highest ranked vehicle appeal among mid-size cars. Well, after a 56-minute rain delay to begin things here tonight, the Indians have put 3 on the board. We go to the top of the 5th inning, and Tommy Field will start things off for the Rangers. Field, the number 9 hitter, to be followed by Leonys Martin and Shin-Soo Choo. Tommy Field, a strikeout as he led off the 3rd. Danny Salazar with 6 strikeouts tonight. And he drops in an off-speed pitch for strike 1. Field at .229 average. Nothing in 2. Tommy now 3 out of 14 on this trip. This is his 11th start in the 15 games that he has been with the ball club. Slowly hit out towards short, and Ramirez. Out number 1, back to the top of the order, and let's take you back. Our AT&T Uverse Rewind on this day in old Cleveland Stadium, 1993. Jose Canseco playing right field, takes one right off the noggin. Over the wall, home run. Even Canseco
his head so hard he didn't even know it hit him in the head. David Holt said to him, "Jose, that ball hit you right in the head." He said, "No, it didn't." That play's been shown a lot of times over the years. Never changes. It's always funny. Although at the time, I have to admit, it was not funny at the time. And it certainly wasn't funny to Kenny Rogers.
No.
Who was all he asking for was a competent right fielder who should have caught that ball. Unfortunately, we had Jose Canseco.
Yeah, Jim Sundberg, who I was doing the game with on that particular day, and I had a pretty long chuckle about that. About 3 or 4 innings worth. I don't think either one of us could believe what we've just seen. Pitch inside and low to Leonys Martin. 2 balls, 2 strikes. It's one of those where you kind of look at each other and look back at the screen.
Did that really happen?
Did that really happen? Yeah, it sure did.
I remember seeing one where Deion Sanders got hit in the head by a ball. I think he was playing left field.
Same kind of deal.
I don't think it went out of the ballpark like that, but a high fly ball came down and hit him in the head. And he was a good outfielder.
Yeah.
At least he was an athlete anyway. Jose, I think the only thing surprising with Jose, it didn't happen more often.
Payoff pitch to Leonis Martin, and that was just fouled straight down at home plate.
Thing was, there was a time in Jose's career, early in his career in Oakland, where he was a decent outfielder.
Yeah.
He was more athletic. That was starting to become the beginning of the end for him. He just didn't look athletic anymore out in right field. Looked like a bodybuilder trying to play right field.
And Leonis Martin draws a 1-out walk, so he is aboard. And Shin-Soo Choo now coming up. Well, he was a bodybuilder.
Yeah, he sure was. I guess he was a younger bodybuilder when he looked like a decent outfielder.
But yeah, you're right. That I remember when he first came up in the late 80s or mid 80s, I guess it was with Oakland. He could throw and he could run, but I mean he was very athletic. You're right.
Competent out there.
No, Salazar issues his second walk. The man who drew the first walk, a third walk. The man who drew the last walk, Shin-Soo Choo, is at the plate now. 1 on, 1 out. Choo 0 for 1 officially. Way inside. 1 ball, no strikes.
I mentioned that Salazar had only walked 9 batters in 43 innings coming into the game. He walked 3 in his last start against the White Sox, 3 in 6 innings. He's walked 3 so far in this game. Not quite the same control that he had. Not that it's alarming or anything, but he has not been walking 3 guys in a game very often.
Yeah, 2/3 of his walk total have come in the last 2 games. So that's something you need to be concerned about, I think, with a young pitcher. A lot of times, you'll find a young guy trying to do a little too much, trying to throw a little too hard, trying to make perfect pitches when he gets, his walk totals get up abnormally high for him. 1-1, that catches the outside. Speaking of Danny Salazar, Kubota power stats for tonight. 12.37 strikeouts per 9 innings. That's the best for a major league starter. Double-digit strikeouts in 3 of his 7 starts this season. He came into the game just a third of an inning shy of being able to qualify for the league averages, and that'll take care of it tonight. Pick up that the necessary innings to qualify. One and 2 the count. Choo, a .236 average. Got Leonis Martin at first. Hit him.
Wow.
Salazar jerking that one all the way across the plate and hit Shin-Soo Choo. Rangers have been hit by the most pitches of anybody in the major leagues. That's the 31st time the Ranger has been hit this year.
Well, Salazar has a 3-run lead in this game. He walked Martin on a 3-2 curveball, and now he hits Shin-Soo Choo. And in a 3-run game, now he's got to face Fielder and Beltre. So I'm sure that was not his game plan.
Well, first and second with 1 out. And Prince Fielder, how about the American League ranks for him, or Ford leaderboard, updating those for you. Average now at 372 for Prince Fielder. 23 multiple hit games. That's first in not only the American League, but baseball. 417 on base percentage, 444 with runners in scoring position, and he has that opportunity here. And he hammers one high and deep to right field. Moss will watch this one go. Goodbye. Prince Fielder absolutely scorching his 10th home run of the year. We have a brand new ball game. It's tied at 3.
I hate to say it, Buzz, but after the second time up, when he lined the second 96-mile-an-hour fastball into left field for a base hit, we said next time up he's probably going to hang him an off-speed pitch and he's going to pull it out of the park to right field. Well, here's the hanging curveball right down the middle of the plate. And that's just the last thing you can do right now to Prince Fielder, is give him something slower over the middle of the plate. So Danny Salazar basically got exactly what he deserved in that inning. 3-run lead, walks Martin on a 3-2 curveball, hits Chu, and hangs a curveball to fielder. And what looked like a pretty secure lead, the way he's throwing the ball, all of a sudden is a tie game. Boy, how about the 3 balls he's hit today? 3 rockets right off. He hasn't felt the ball hit the bat 3 times today.
That was 3/4 of the way up the last section of bleachers out there before you get to the bullpens.
I think if it was tied for player of the month, that just put him ahead.
I would hope so. Although Kipnis had a home run tonight, but not nearly as impressive as that as far as the situation of the game. Pitch foul back by Beltre. 441 feet, the estimated distance of that long distance shot by Prince Fielder.
Hit speed. What was his home run the other day?
105. I think it was. Yeah.
That had to be higher. That had to be one. That had to be one. I'm going 114.
I'm going 107.
107. Okay.
Yeah, Beltre shoots one through the hole on the left side for a base hit.
103.
103.7.
If that went 103, how hard could Nelly Cruz and Giancarlo Stanton have hit their ball?
Yeah, it's hard to imagine something 17 miles an hour faster than that.
Wow.
That's okay. If it goes 103.7 and it goes
440 and we're tied, that's all I know.
And it never got real high, so that's the important ones. Now, Yan Gomes going to go out and have a little chat with Danny Salazar, who's seeing things come apart at the seams here in the 5th inning. And Gomes is calling for Terry Francona and the trainer apparently to come out.
Uh-oh. Don't want to see this with anybody, friend or foe.
No, that's never good with a young, hard-throwing right-hander. And he's showing him his hand. Maybe it's a blister problem or a nail problem. Looking at that index finger.
The Indians had to use their bullpen extensively yesterday, just like the Rangers did. They're, I'm sure, hoping that he's going to be able to stay in the game. Whatever they're going to do to that finger, we're going to get a good look at it if he stays right there.
Well, they're going to clip the nail. It looks like the trainer's getting the nail clipper out. Sometimes when you don't clip your nails the right way, if you don't round off the edges, you got a little sharp one in there, and you start making pitches, and pitch after pitch after pitch is pushing that finger into the nail, and you end up cutting yourself or getting a blister, a blood blister worked up under there. You could be just getting the start of that forming. He's looking at his middle finger now, and that's typically the last one that comes off the baseball, since it's the longest finger on your hand.
One thing, whenever I got treated by a trainer, he didn't put gloves on.
A lot of things have changed, huh?
That's to say to Bill Ziegler, did you wash those hands, Zig?
Getting a little.
Back in the old days, they would have just got that cold stuff up and sprayed that on.
That was good for everything, wasn't it?
They just would have
ethyl chloride,
numbed it up a little bit and go get them.
You squirted on there and it stung so bad that whatever was hurting you stopped hurting.
You forgot about it. Salazar this year had been 4-0 following a loss by the Indians. He's the guy that they want out there following a loss. It looks like it might be getting ready to rain.
Yeah, grounds crew was kind of sneaking down there the last half inning, getting themselves in position, and now they're behind the tarp, and that's never a good sign.
They're poised and ready.
Salazar getting some extra work done on that cuticle, the side of that finger. And he's going to take a couple of tosses and see if he can feel anything. Now let's go down to Emily Jones real quick, Em.
Well, guys, we were talking in the clubhouse to various guys about the 500 mark and how big that would be. We heard from Adrian Beltre at the top of the show, and I asked the same question to Shin-Soo Choo and said, how big would it be for this team to get back to 500? And he said, what do you mean? And I said, your record. You're one game below 500 right now. And he was like, oh, I didn't even know. That would be great. That would be great if we got to 500. So I guess it depends on who you talk to, how much attention they're paying to the record at this point in time. But no doubt it would be huge for this team to get back, especially considering how long it's been since they've been there. So kind of a mental thing. I guess I would ask you guys as players, don't you think?
Well, the one thing is you can't use the 500 mark as a goal. It's kind of a stepping stone. Before you can get to where you want to get, you're going to have to get back to 500. So that's a nice little step along the way.
Sure.
But I don't think it's something you can focus too much on and say how thrilled you are to be 500.
But maybe clearing a mental hurdle when you've been as far below 500 as this team has been?
Yeah, I guess if they've looked at it closely, I got a feeling a lot of players are kind of like Chu. They're not exactly sure what the record is. They know they got off to a bad start, and they're playing well right now.
So you're telling me we might pay more attention to the numbers than the players do, guys? This is shocking.
I don't know. If I were a player, I might look at the standings, and I might look at how far I'm behind Houston. I wouldn't really look. I don't think that closely at my record right now.
Well, I think they know how well they're playing, and I think that's the big thing.
That's what matters.
That's the overriding factor, I think, Emily. And whether it's 500 or whether it's getting to 7 games over on the road, those are things we know. But I don't think the players are acutely aware of that.
And I will defer to you guys and the team because you know what? I've never played baseball before.
Yeah, but you know what? Your opinion on that is just as good as ours.
Right.
Maybe it is. It's big for me mentally.
I think that would be a huge deal.
And I think maybe I speak for fans in that regard, that it would be a hurdle for this team as far low as it got to get back to 500.
Josh Hamilton lofts a towering fly ball to shallow left. It's taken care of by Ryan Rayburn. That is out number 2 with Beltre getting back to first base. So Hamilton 0 for 3 as he goes back into the Ranger dugout. Now Mitch Moreland. Mitch, a strikeout in a sharply hit ground ball to shortstop tonight. 0 for 2. Average at .302. Prince Fielder has come back to tie this ball game with his 10th home run of the year. And Mitch takes that breaking ball for strike 1. The way Mitch is swinging the bat, I wouldn't put it past him to do something special here. Got Beltre at first with 2 outs. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You see Beltre. Beltre got off with his hands out and then tiptoed back to first base.
You just never know what you're going to get.
Really, when you come to a game, you really should just kind of focus on him for a while, just to watch the things that he does. Otherwise, you'll never get to see him or appreciate him.
Ooh, and Mitch popped it up. Way up there, foul ground. And the third baseman, Aviles, goes through the coach's box, makes the catch, and that'll do it. But Rangers come back to tie it up. Prince Fielder, another bomb, a 3-run blast. Rangers strand a runner. Halfway through the game, the Rangers 3 and the Indians 3. The Diamondbacks take on the Brewers at 3 o'clock. Then at 6 o'clock, it's baseball night in America on Fox. The Red Sox battle the Rangers. Coverage begins at 3 p.m. You're home for baseball every Saturday, Fox and Fox Sports 1. Well, a brand new ball game here at 3 apiece as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Mike Avila starting things off. Wandy Rodriguez, courtesy of Prince Fielder, is pitching in a tie ball game now. And Aviles fouls the next pitch back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Aviles walked his first time. Home plate umpire John Tumpain apparently heard somebody yelling at him, so he got out from behind home plate very quickly so there wouldn't be a pitch thrown. There was a ball back by the backstop. 1-2 pitch. Call strike 3, and Aviles knew it. He got caught window shopping. That is 4 strikeouts now for Wandy Rodriguez.
Sent him back to the bench talking to himself. Right down Broadway. You outthink yourself when you take that pitch. And I'm sure that's exactly what Mike's saying to himself going back to the bench. How could I take that pitch?
You know, that leads me, I'm always suspicious as a pitcher anyway. That leads me to wonder if Aviles wasn't looking back for location. Saw that target set inside.
Yeah, maybe.
And
maybe.
I'm not accusing Mike Aviles.
You think he's a cheater?
That's gamesmanship.
That's the way I look at it. It never bothered me if someone gave a sign from second base to the hitter.
Yeah.
Because you ought to be able to give a sign that he can't translate to the hitter.
Sure. That target set inside, and Aviles looked like, okay, I know it's in there. That front foot came out in a hurry, and he took a pitch right down the middle.
That's what it looked like.
Yeah. So I'd be a little suspicious if I have to be viewing that from the pitcher's mound, and keep that in mind the next time. Might have the target set outside and make a mistake inside.
Yeah.
There's always a quick way to stop that. That's how you do it.
I was kind of kidding when I said cheating. That is not cheating at all. Somehow you can figure out a way to get the sign. More power to you. Although I think pitchers would frown upon a hitter turning around and looking at the catcher.
Well, you know, some guys can look kind of out toward the mound and still look out of the corner of their eye.
Vision and sense it. Yeah.
And that's a nice quality to have, but pitchers don't appreciate that in a hitter. 2-2 pitch.
A lot of catchers won't even shift
right
to where they want the pitch until the pitcher's getting ready to let go of the ball, so that you can't do that. They just stand right in the middle until right at the very end.
Payoff pitch. That ball's hammered but pulled foul down the left side. Well, back into the concourse, and the count remains full.
That's the zone. When those balls were in that zone yesterday, they didn't get missed.
No. Didn't get pulled foul either. That's high and inside, ball 4. Well, Ramirez, the 1-out walk, is aboard. Back to the top of the order for Jason Kipnis. We're going to send it back to Dana Larson with the Mazda game break. All right, Dana, thank you. Here it's the Rangers and Indians deadlocked at 3. A 1-out walk has Ramirez at first. Jason Kipnis, 1 for 2 with a solo home run as he led off with the blast in the first inning. Kipnis, a .339 average, now with 5 home runs, 22 RBI. Yeah, Ramirez at first has very good speed. And Wandy's going to go to work on the young shortstop. Rodriguez, the walk to Ramirez, the second that he has issued tonight. Indians will use the stolen base to their advantage. Ramirez has 8 in 9 attempts. They have stolen 26 as a team this year. Rangers, in comparison, have stolen 33. Gary Francona. A little more of that bubble gum going. Fans not particularly thrilled with the number of throws that Wandy Rodriguez is making to first base. This is outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Gibness checking down at third base. Mike Sauerbaugh, the third base coach, flashing a few signs out. Big breaking ball. That one nibbled on the outside corner. 1-1 the count. Gibness just a .233 average this year against left-handers. That home run, though, was his second against southpaws this year. One area where Kipnis has excelled, or one of the other areas that Kipnis has excelled, is hitting in this ballpark. Came into play tonight, a .393 hitter at home. Another breaking ball that is just off the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. This is where Wandy's got to be careful and not let his attention be divided between Kipnis and Ramirez at first. Check swing, ball 3.
Yeah, you got to be careful. He's worried about Ramirez maybe stealing second base, but Kipnis gets away from you and you walk him. He's on second base anyway.
Yep, exactly. 3-1 with 1 out. Fastball, and that's fouled straight back. 3-2. Pretty close to the same area that Kipnis hit out of the ballpark his first time.
Yeah.
Here's our Fox tracker showing you that last number 5 right there at the upper reaches of the middle of the strike zone. Rodriguez set. Ramirez away from first. 3-2 pitch. Ramirez on the move, and the pitch is fouled off. We'll come back and try it again. Down and away, the favored location by Wandy Rodriguez. Ramirez unlikely to get picked off. 3-2, you're not really trying to get a stealing lead.
Hey, you're making the assumption it's either ball 4 or the hitter's going to swing at it.
Now Rodriguez set once again. Ramirez on the move, high and tight, ball 4. That'll put 2 on with 1 out. And Carlos Santana coming up. Mike Maddox on his way to the mound. Well, back-to-back walks. Kind of what happened to Danny Salazar last half inning. A walk and a hit batter in advance of Prince Fielder's long home run. And Wandy Rodriguez back-to-back walks with 1 out in the 5th inning has put 2 aboard. Mike out there just to make sure that Wandy's attention is focused on what they want to do with Carlos Santana. That for Mike Maddux is kind of a regroup mission to the mound. Santana has lined to left and grounded out. It took a great play by Elvis Andrus to throw him out last time up. So if Wandy's trying to get a reaction from the folks here, he's getting one. Got Ramirez out at second, Kipnis at first. And the pitch in the dirt for ball one. Santana, a .221 average overall. It's left-handers this year. Santana, .226 average and .266 here at home. So it's been more productive for him at Progressive Field. That pitch is in the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes. Carlos Corcoran making sure that he gets down to block all those pitches. Anthony Bass loosening in the Ranger bullpen. But 2 hitters down the Indians lineup. You have the first right-hander. It's Ryan Rayburn.
Wandy had it going pretty well. He retired 4 straight. Struck out Aviles to start the inning. Can't throw a strike now.
This is low and outside. 3 balls, no strikes.
You almost wonder, Buzz, if that was a case of just looking at Ramirez at first base so hard, lost concentration in the hitter.
Could very well have been. And now, once you do that and your mechanics get a little out of whack, you start trying harder and harder to throw a strike, and it gets tougher and tougher.
Yeah, it's one thing if you get hit. But boy, after Prince hit the 3-run homer, you want to come back out this inning and do your best to make sure that if they score, they have hit their way to that score. Don't give them this opportunity.
You can see the pitch total really skyrocketing in this 5th inning. 24 pitches, 3 consecutive walks, only has 1 out, and now he deals with the heart of the order. Michael Brantley up there with the bases full, and Brantley, the run producer in the middle of the order for the Indians tonight.
He's gotten him twice, but he's a different hitter right now with the bases loaded than he has been the first 2 times up.
Wandy able to drop that breaking ball in for strike 1.
That's a good idea.
Got Ramirez at third, Kipnis at second, Carlos Santana over at first. They all have drawn walks with 1 out here in the 5th inning. Pitch is in at the knees, 0-2. Here's a veteran move to be able to come back after 3 straight walks and throw 2 quality pitches. Rodriguez summoning that will that he has, the iron will of a veteran.
Ooh, nice play.
And relying on his veteran catcher to block that ball if necessary. Good job by Corcoran.
Yeah, wasn't going to get by him. Might have gotten off to the side depending on how it kicked off his chest protector. Wasn't going to go by him though.
Ramirez the go-ahead run at third base. Brantley waiting, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Got him swinging.
Wow. Go figure this game out. Walk 3 guys and then one of the best hitters in the league. You strike him out on 4 pitches with the bases loaded and 1 out. Got him at least aware of the off-speed pitches and then snuck the fastball by him. He's late on it. Boy, that was a huge strikeout.
Big strikeout, the 5th of the night for Wandy Rodriguez. Now 2 outs. And Ryan Rayburn, who has homered and doubled, takes inside for ball 1. Rayburn's homer came back in the 1st inning. The blast the other way to right field. His double went to just the left side of dead center field. And he skies this one to shallow right. Tommy Field angling out, makes the call and the catch, and Wandy Rodriguez works around a 3 consecutive walk inning, does not give up anything. He strands the bases full. We'll go to the 6th. It remains the Rangers 3 and the Indians 3 on Fox Sports Southwest. by Sonic. Tonight's jackpot is $700 and dinner for two at Sonic Drive-In. If a Ranger hits a home run during the inning, Kevin O'Neill from Princeton, Texas, will win $700. And if a Ranger hits a grand slam this inning, Kevin O'Neill will win $25,000. You can register at any participating Sonic restaurant. Bottom third of the Ranger order to face Danny Salazar, Elvis Andrus, Carlos Corcoran, and Tommy Field. 3-3 ball game. Elvis 1 for 2 tonight. Singled his last time up. Takes inside for ball one. Wandy Rodriguez flirting with some danger that inning. 3 consecutive walks. And then got a huge strikeout. Elvis into the hole. Ramirez off balance throw. And
wow.
Almost got it there. Santana couldn't quite come up with the long hop. And Elvis is aboard with an infield single.
You got to have some kind of arm to throw the ball that hard from there in that position. Watch how hard he throws this ball as he's running straight toward the foul line. Boy, that almost was a tremendous play. Getting a fairly fast runner going to first base, too. Wow.
No, Elvis with his second hit tonight. He's aboard to start things off. Carlos Corcoran has struck out both times that he has faced Salazar. Once looking, once swinging. Carlos has had a little bit of a problem with the strikeout on this road trip. Had a 4 strikeout game the other night in New York. Around a bunt, and bunts it foul for strike one. Carlos, a 175 average. Got Aviles, the third baseman, coming down from the cut of the grass at third base. And the bunt is down. Aviles thought about second, but took the out at first, and Elvis in scoring position after the sacrifice by Carlos Corcoran. .54 on the put out at first. And there's one out. Make that 5-3. Watching the replay. Well, here's Tommy Field now, the chance to get the Rangers out in front. Field, a strikeout and a ground ball to short. 0 for 2 tonight. Salazar has pretty steadily stayed inside on Tommy Field. Tommy took the brunt of that foul ball. Walking it off, but it's going to be a while before that stops hurting. Tommy from Austin, lives in Hewitt. Takes that pitch low and in. 1-1. Inning by inning for Salazar. You see the 5th inning, he really struggled pitch count wise. Gave up the walk, a hit batter, and the home run.
The Rangers have 3 left-hand hitters coming up after Tommy Field. And there's a lefty, looks like Zepsinski in the bullpen. I'm sure he'll come in to face those 3 lefties.
Leonis Martin swinging that bat in the on-deck circle.
Hagedorn, sorry, not Zepsinski.
Check swing. Did he go around? No, he did not. Field down to first base, and Jeff Nelson said, nope, no swing.
Good call.
Oh, 2-2 now. Tommy Field, who played his college ball at Texas State down in San Marcos. Fouls the next pitch off. There's the left-hander, Nick Hagedorn. Saw both he and Mark Zepchinski in yesterday's ballgame. Still 2-2. Elvis at second, establishing his lead out there right at the bottom of your screen. Tommy Field waiting as Salazar sets. Tommy having a pesky at bat. Field had some pretty good numbers down at AAA Round Rock. 298 hitter. He'd driven in 13 in the 28 games he'd played down there. Fouls the next pitch off. That 4 consecutive foul balls for him. Salazar now up over 105 pitches, 106. There's the spread chart of the his first 7 pitches of this at bat.
He's done a pretty good job of keeping the ball out of the strike zone or right around the strike zone with all 7 pitches in this at bat.
Now Salazar picks out another one. That's in the dirt. And the count has gone full, so Field having a very solid at bat. Salazar having to work overtime. Field, as we show you, hitting 9th, and Leonis Martin will be next. Chances of Martin facing Danny Salazar are not very good, I wouldn't think. The right-hander sets. Payoff pitch is coming. Popped up behind home plate. Back to take a look is Yan Gomes, but it's up on the net. And off the net. But still 3-2. Elvis peering in from his vantage point. Salazar gets the sign. And a chopper out to second. Kipnis throws out his counterpart. Field retired. On to third goes Andrews. Elvis down there with 2 outs now. And we'll see with Leonis Martin coming up what Terry Francona elects to do. And the Cleveland skipper out of the Indian dugout. He wants the left-hander, Nick Hagedorn, to come in to face Leonis Martin or a pinch hitter. Jeff Bannister elects to go that way. So Salazar finished after 5 2/3. He leaves in a 3-3 ball game. Property at second, his responsibility. We're back after this. game set against the White Sox, and the first 15,000 fans will receive a Texas Rangers yearbook. Don't miss your chance to get this annual collectible. Just visit TexasRangers.com for tickets. Ranger fans here at Progressive Field, and you're going to watch a matchup now. Leonis Martin will stay in the ball game, and he will hit against the left-hander Nick Hagedorn.
That's where the Indians need to be aware of the possibility of a bunt. Leonis, excellent at bunting, likes to bunt, left-hand pitcher. The other thing to keep in mind is Cleveland's given up 22 unearned runs this year. That's second most to Oakland, and the unearned runs and the errors did them in yesterday against the Rangers.
Sure did. And there were a couple of errors by the pitchers. Now, Leonis, who is 0 for 2 tonight with a walk and a run scored, takes outside from Hagedorn for ball one. Now, Leonis, a .213 average. Elvis at third, coming down the line. Hagedorn back to the plate, and he pops it up. Leonis got fisted, and a pop up on the right side. Jason Kipnis, the second baseman, is there. And that will do it for the Rangers. No runs a hit, one man left. After 5.5, it's the Rangers 3 and the Indians 3. Fox and Fox Sports 1, for the first time as the greatest golfers in the world converge on the Pacific Northwest for a chance to stamp their names into the history books. Our exclusive coverage of the 115th U.S. Open Championship, live from Chambers Bay Golf Course, begins on June 18th on Fox Sports 1, Fox, and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Wandy Rodriguez back to the hill. Nick Swisher to start things off here in the 6th inning, a 3-3 ball game. Swisher 0 for 2 with a couple of groundouts tonight. And Wandy takes the first pitch up and away from Swisher. Nick a .219 average as he leads things off. Rangers 3 runs on 6 hits. The Indians 3 runs on just 3 hits. That's fouled on a play to the right. 1 ball and 1 strike. Next pitch from Wandy, a good breaking ball. 1-2.
Looks almost like a changeup.
Swisher hitting out of that slightly open stance. Takes inside. Swisher coming back here to Ohio. Going back to his roots. He went to Ohio State University, one of the best baseball players to come out of the Buckeye School. Drives this one to left field, up the alley, and deep. Way back off the top of the wall. Leonis Martin plays the carom, a throw towards second, and it skips past Tommy Field.
Well, if he makes a good throw, he's out by 5 feet. He short hopped him. If he throws it all the way in the air or bounces it to him, they had a great chance of getting Swisher, who just assumed he was going to get a double. Leonis made a strong throw. It just short hopped Tommy Fields and made it difficult to catch the ball. Strong throw, just a very tough ball to catch. Tommy had his back to the base, was going to try to catch it, turn around, and make the tag. That bullet that Leonis fired into him was too hot to handle.
And Lonnie Chisenhall, as you saw, has come into the ball game to pinch run for Nick Swisher. So Chisenhall carrying the go-ahead run out there at second base with nobody out. Yan Gomes is the hitter. Gomes, a sacrifice fly and a strikeout. Takes high and tight for ball one. Gomes called out on strikes in the second inning. With the sacrifice fly that has provided, to this point, the last run scored by the Indians. That was back in the fourth. 2 balls, no strikes. That's the first really hard hit ball that Wandy's given up since the fourth inning. Ryan Rayburn had that double to dead center, and Swisher the leadoff double here in the sixth. Two balls, no strikes. 3-0. Now Gomes hitting sixth in the order, followed by the left-handed hitting right fielder, Brandon Moss. Chisenhall getting his lead from second. Wandy Rodriguez checks him. And ball 4 is high. A 2 on with nobody out for Moss. Tanner Shepard's loosening and looks to be ready if needed in that Ranger bullpen. Got Gomes at first, Chisenhall at second. Corporan taking a little time, going out chatting with Ronnie Rodriguez, and then Adrian Beltre comes over and takes a little more time. That is going to elicit a visit from John Trumpain, the home plate umpire, and say, okay, enough of the socializing, let's go. Well, first and second with nobody out. Brandon Moss, a strikeout and a ground out. Rangers not convinced that Brandon Moss will be asked to bunt, so Mitch Moreland, the first baseman, playing back behind Gomes at first. Beltre even with the bag at third, off the line. Gomes fouls off that, I should say, Moss fouls off that first pitch to the left. Average at 222. Good overview of the defensive alignment for the Rangers. 0-2 the count. Like Moss thinking he might have hurt that left hand on this swing. Back kind of come out of that hand and come off the top of the bat.
Great time for a strikeout.
Wandy with 5 strikeouts tonight. walk total is 5. He's had 4 in the last inning and a third. Got him swinging. Dropped down and threw a sweeping breaking ball. And Moss strikes out for the second time tonight. That is a big out, number 1.
Look at that thing. It was going up.
Oh, with the punch out now, and you have Aviles, the right-handed hitter, scheduled to hit. You have Bannister out to the mound, and he's going to point to the bullpen. He wants Tanner Scheppers to come on into the ball game. So Wandy Rodriguez finished here tonight. He leaves in a 3-3 ball game. A couple of runners on base here in the 6th inning and 1 out. We'll take a timeout. We're back to Cleveland right after this on Fox Sports Southwest. Streaming sports service is celebrating 13 years. Watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in True HD. Get real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widget, and a lot more. Every night on every device. Visit MLB.tv for details. Well, Tanner Scheppers on now his 10th appearance of the year. He worked in yesterday's ball game. Got the win, as a matter of fact, his first win of the year. Getting in a third of scoreless relief. He inherits runners at first and second, 1 out, facing Mike Aviles. And Aviles, first ball swinging, pops it up. Foul territory, Mitch Moreland at the railing, and he can't quite get there. The ball just kind of kept slicing away from him, spinning out of the reach of Mitch Moreland, and we'll come back and try it at an 0-1 count. Aviles, a walk and a strikeout. Indians have Chisenhall, the pinch runner, at second. Yan Gomes over at first.
Whoa, watch out. Yikes. Trying to throw it in.
Yep.
It was definitely in.
It was in. Tough pitch to hit. Now the 1-1. Good idea. Try the breaking ball after you come up and in. But missed. 2 balls and a strike. Scheppers with 6 strikeouts, but 6 walks in his 9 1/3 innings. Aviles flares it out of play down the right side. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. For Scheppers, since coming back to the major leagues, and he made his return on the 17th of the month against Cleveland, worked 2 shutout innings. He's allowed just 1 run in 4 outings. Aviles to right center field. Chu has a bead drawn on it. That is out number 2, and everybody's staying put. No, 2 gone, and Jose Ramirez will come to the plate.
Good fastball by Tanner, mid-90s fastball, going right after Aviles. One up and in, threw a breaking ball away, and then got the lazy fly ball to right field with a good fastball. One more to go. Pitch out of this jam.
Jose Ramirez 0 for 1 tonight. Walked his last time up. Grounded into a fielder's choice in the second.
Thank you.
0-1.
That ball had to be 8 inches inside.
Ramirez must have felt that was in his wheelhouse.
He took a good swing at it.
Yeah.
Just a tough pitch to make solid contact with.
Indians tonight 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position.
Yes,
Shepard pours in a 96-mile-an-hour heater at the knees.
That one had some little tailing action down around the knees. One was way inside. Well, it wasn't 6 inches inside the first one. It was actually almost a strike. Those were 2 pretty good pitcher strikes right there, though. 1 in, 1 away. I'd throw that second one again. Try to.
1-2 the count. Ramirez 8 runs driven in. He has Chisenhall out at second. Jan Gomes at first. Rangers playing the infield just about straight away. Outfield shading slightly to the left. And again, this is where a pitcher can't afford to let himself get distracted by other runners. Not once you get to 2 strikes. You got 2 outs. Go ahead and make a good pitch to the hitter. Slowly hit to first. Moreland right at the bag. Grabs it, steps on first, and that'll do it. Good job by Tanner Shepard. Gets the 2 outs. 2 stranded for the Indians. On to the 7th. Deadlocked at 3. Jason Kipnis for the Indians went deep as the leadoff hitter. That made it 1-0, and that was followed 2 hitters later by Ryan Rayburn going the other way. A pair of solo home runs. Cleveland had a very early 1-0 or 2-0 lead, but then Prince Fielder, boy, you talk about noisy. That thing sounded like a bomb going off as he bashed it 441 feet to right center field, and that tied the ball game at 3, and that's where we are as we head into the 7th inning. Fielder with his 10th home run of the year. He will be batting second in this frame. Shin-Soo Choo has been aboard twice tonight. He's walked, been hit by a pitch. Nick Hagedorn misses inside for ball 1. Choo a .236 average. Hagedorn back to him. Pulled the first, and Santana gloves it. That is out number 1. So Chu grounds out. Yeah, Prince Fielder coming up 3 for 3 tonight, and you wonder, how do you pitch to a guy like Prince Fielder? Well, when you look at the power zone for him lately,
it's the strike zone.
Yeah, you don't have any place in the strike zone to throw him that he doesn't exhibit power. Maybe very, very slight down and away, but it has to be perfect down and away. And he didn't miss that by much. A towering fly ball. Center fielder Brantley is underneath it. That is out number 2.
Boy, he is right on everything.
Yeah. Well, Prince now 3 for 4 tonight after that fly out.
They got him, but just barely. Right down the middle of the plate. Prince had a great swing at it, and he knows he just got underneath it a little bit.
Mickey Callaway, the pitching coach, out there to have a little chat with Nick Hagedorn. Got Adrian Beltre, the hitter. And I'm sure what Callaway is talking to Hagedorn about is, do you really want to pitch to him, or do you want to go ahead and work around him and get to the left-handed hitting Josh Hamilton? We'll find out what they decided here momentarily. Beltre tonight 1 for 2. Singled his last time up. Had a walk in the first inning. Rangers 3 runs on 6 hits tonight. Indians 3 runs on 4 hits. Beltre at 263 with the average. Hagedorn comes back to him, and the pitch fouled away to the right. So apparently they decided, let's go ahead and see if we can't make good pitches to Beltre. Get him out.
Well, he got away with a fastball down the middle of the plate to Prince. I don't think that's where he was trying to throw it, unless he just said there's no way he can hit 4 balls on the nose tonight. Here's another one. Try again. I don't think that's what he was doing.
Adrian fouls that next pitch off to the right. No, that's not a real good plan, I don't think. Maybe, but I would kind of doubt it. That is one hot man and one happy man right there, too.
We didn't see him for most of his career in Milwaukee, but he couldn't have had too many stretches where he was better than this.
I wouldn't think so. Got him swinging. Hagedorn with the off-speed pitch. Beltre gone on strikes. Rangers out in order, and it's stretch time in Cleveland. The Rangers 3 and the Indians 3. series and road trip will conclude tomorrow at 11 o'clock Central Time. Final game of the whole shebang, Indians and the Rangers, and it's back home. Red Sox in for 4 Thursday through Sunday, an off day on Monday. That finishes out the month of May. Then it's the White Sox that come in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of June before the Rangers head back out on the road to Kansas City and Oakland. Keone Kela coming out of the Ranger bullpen to take over his 23rd appearance of the year. Kela worked on in Sunday night's game in New York. Worked an inning of shutout baseball, allowed a hit. Facing the top of the order for the Indians here in the 7th. And Jason Kipnis takes strike 1. Kipnis 1 for 2, a home run in the 1st, a strikeout in the 3rd, a walk in the 5th. Low and outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. So neither starting pitcher will have a decision here tonight. Both Wandy Rodriguez and Danny Salazar out in the 6th inning for each of their outings.
All right, you throw him a changeup for strike 1, a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, and then a hard breaking ball.
That's a hammer.
That is.
Yeah.
He's still only showing him 197-mile-an-hour fastball. He's still got that in the tank right now if he wants it.
1-2. It was something else off speed. Kipnis said, I give.
Yeah, that one was 91 miles an hour. That was like a little harder than his changeup, a little slower than his fastball. That must have been, that's a hard changeup. That's pretty good when you could throw a 91-mile-an-hour changeup and have the hitter way out in front of it.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Felix's changeup.
Yeah,
boy,
exactly.
That's some pitching right there.
A 1 gone now. Carlos Santana 0 for 2 on the evening. Santana is lined out, grounded out, and walked. 1 ball, no strikes. Santana, a .221 average. First time tonight that he is turned around to bat left-handed. 1 ball and 1 strike. Santana, a .222 average overall against right-handed pitching.
Well, Keone has had a really steady workload. He's pitched a lot. It almost seems like he's getting stronger as the season goes on. If you just look at pure velocity, his velocity right now is the best it's been all year.
Yeah. Well, it looks to me, Tom, like he's getting more consistent, too, with execution of pitches.
Yeah, with all his pitches.
Yeah.
He's got any of 3 pitches he can throw anytime he wants right now.
High chopper on the first base side. Moreland will take it to the bag. That is out number 2. Michael Brantley will be next. And before we see Brantley, let's send it back to Dana Larson for a Mazda game break. All right, Dana, thank you. Well, 2-ounce base is empty here in the 7th. Michael Brantley is 0 for 3 tonight. Pop out, ground out, strikeout. Off speed and low for ball 1. Brantley up among the league leaders in a variety of categories. Came into the game 11th, I should say, with a .315 average. Average now down to .308 as he takes outside. 7th in on-base percentage. 13th with the 27 runs driven in. And ball 3 is low and outside. Well, Brantley in the driver's seat with the count at 3-0, trying to get aboard. Ryan Rayburn is the next scheduled hitter. But we'll see if Terry Francona allows him, should he hit in this inning, to come to the plate. 3-0 pitch. 3-1. A 16-mile-an-hour variation between the top fastball and the slowest off-speed pitch for Kelly. Good tailing fastball there, a changeup, I guess.
That was his changeup, yeah. That's become a pitch for him, boy. Heard at spring training it was a developing pitch, but that thing is there now. He didn't have to develop now. That thing's all he wants it to be right now.
Put some fertilizer on that thing,
Man.
accelerated the development.
Looking pretty polished for 22 years old.
Yes, he
Just
is.
turned 22 a little while ago.
Got ready to throw the 14th pitch of this inning. Pulled sharply on the ground right at Tommy Field. Easy 1-2-3 inning, 14 pitches for Keone Kela. The Indians are gone. We're going to the 8th, tied at 3. .com/vote and vote for the Rangers as your favorite or second favorite team, and you'll get an offer for 50% off select games in August or September. Prince Fielder, I would think, right at the top of the list of folks you want to vote for in a Ranger uniform.
No doubt. You should vote for Prince Fielder if you're not even a Ranger fan.
Yep.
If you're in Seattle, you should vote for Prince Fielder.
8th inning, Josh Hamilton to lead things off. Nick Hagedorn back out to the mound for the Indians. Line drive right at Carlos Santana.
It almost knocked him down. It was hit so hard. Now Josh had a couple of good at bats today. He had a ball that he popped up to left field that he had a good swing at and just got a little bit underneath. And then first pitch hitting against the lefty. That's just about as hard as he can hit a line drive. Unfortunately, it's right at the first baseman. Well, that's a quick bat and a rope.
Just no luck.
That would have challenged the 450-foot mark if he got it up in the air a little bit.
Now, one gone. Here's Mitch Moreland. 1 ball, no strikes. Mitch 0 for 3 tonight. A strikeout, a ground out, and a pop out. Average now a click below 300 for the Ranger first baseman. Hagedorn with a 1-0 pitch. 2 balls and no strikes. Well, the bullpens have kind of restored order in this ball game. Both starters out during the 6th inning. The bullpens have allowed very, very little to either team. Moreland a drive. Deep to left. It's fair. It's out of here. Goodbye.
Wow. That's in the concourse. There's no doubt about that thing.
Moreland turning around a Hagedorn fastball, and the Rangers lead it 4-3.
Well, Josh hit a ball just like that, only hit it too low. Mitch got that one up in the air, and that's about where Josh's would have gone if he got it up in the air too. Whoa, what a swing he put on that thing. He had that thing timed, and he clocked it.
Well, Mitch Moreland with home run number 5, and it puts the Rangers on top, and it also signals the end for Nick Hagedorn.
Well, that pitch is up and in. You talk about turning on a mid-90s fastball up and in. Man, what a swing.
He got the head of the bat out there, and he knew it. Goodness. No, Terry Francona out to the mound. He takes the ball from Nick Hagedorn. He wants some help from the bullpen. And Mitch Moreland has put the Rangers on top with a solo home run here in the 8th. We'll take a timeout. We're back after this on Fox Sports Southwest. How about Mitch Moreland? Listen to this. Ooh.
Had to watch that for a long time before it came down. That thing was up in the air forever.
He had re-entry burns on it.
That went all the way over the seats.
So Mitch, with that swing of the bat, puts the Rangers on top. He drives Nick Hagedorn from the game. And Cody Allen now has come out of the bullpen, his 20th appearance of the year. And Cody Allen, the closer.
Wow.
On here in the 8th inning. Elvis Andrus, Carlos Corporan, the next 2 hitters.
Well, they used a lot of their bullpen yesterday.
And a chopper over third, a fair ball for Elvis. And he's in Cleveland, so you know that's going to be extra bases. Elvis with his 3rd hit tonight. Bounced a chopper right over the head of Mike Aviles at third base. And Elvis with the double.
3 hits for Elvis, 3 hits for Prince. Indians had one of those yesterday over the first baseman's head.
The Rangers now 8 base hits. Elvis with his 8th double of the year. Now, second base in scoring position, Carlos Corporan. An 0 for 2 night with a sacrifice bunt. Ball 1 from Allen. Corporan, a 175 average. Trying to pick up his 6th RBI. Getting Elvis out at second base. Trying to bring him home. 1-1 the count. Cody Allen, who lives in the Metroplex. on in the 8th inning, and Terry Francona saying he's one guy that I haven't overworked down there in the last couple of days.
Probably going to pitch the rest of this inning and the 9th inning as well.
Right-hander, a couple of looks at second. 1-2. Cody Allen, a 23rd round pick by the Indians back in 2011. Grew up in the Orlando area. Went to the University of Central Florida for a couple of years. Back to the plate and high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Elvis out there at second. A single in the 4th, a single in the 6th, a double here in the 8th inning. Corcoran couldn't hold up that nasty breaking ball in the dirt. And Allen gets the strikeout, 2 away.
Now stepping in for Texas, second baseman Tommy Field.
Now Tommy Field coming up. Field 0 for 3 tonight. A couple of groundouts and a strikeout. Tommy hitting out of that open stance. Cody Allen reading the signs. The right-hander is ready. Jan Gomes going to go out and mention something to Cody Allen. Let's make sure we make good pitches to the hitter right here. Try not to worry too much about Elvis. Elvis going to third, and that's fine. They'll let him go ahead and do that.
Well, that's pretty much what they said. Get
Yep.
the hitter and don't worry about him. Unless you throw a wild pitch, it won't matter. They weren't even covering. They weren't going to throw.
Nope. 1 ball, no strikes the count. And a strike on the inner edge. 1-1. Official score. Just wanted to check, make sure that stolen base given to Elvis. And typically it is when you have a closer ball game and a guy at second. Fly ball to right field from Tommy Field, and that will do it. But Mitch Moreland gets the Rangers out in front. A long home run, his 5th of the year. And we'll go to the bottom of the 8th inning. It's now the Rangers 4 and the Indians 3 on Fox Sports Southwest.
at Progressive Field in Cleveland as we welcome you back. It's the middle game of a 3-game set between these two teams. The finale comes tomorrow, an early first pitch, noontime here, which means 11 o'clock. Is that right? 11 a.m. in the morning? 11 a.m. in the morning. It didn't sound right. That means we'll get home early, which is a good thing. It is Colby Lewis and Carlos Carrasco. Colby 3-0 in his last 5 starts with the Rangers. Hopefully, fingers crossed, the Rangers will be looking to go above 500. With a win here tonight, they would get to 500. We've discussed this and covered this. I just want to make sure.
What's your next milestone, Em? Once we get to 500, then what are we looking at?
Division lead.
Oh, okay.
How you like that?
That's a big one.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
That's a big jump. That's the one you want. Well, Michael Bourne leading things off as a pinch hitter, and he is facing Ross Ohlendorf, who is on now to take over for the Rangers in the 8th inning.
Well, the bullpen was terrific yesterday, and so far today in 1 2/3, it's been perfect. Tanner Shepard's got 2 big outs to end the 6th with a couple of men on. Keone came in for a 1-2-3 7th, couldn't throw the ball any better than he threw it in the 7th inning.
Ohlendorf back to the plate. Ross misses a bit low. 32-year-old right-hander from Lockhart, Texas.
Yesterday was the lefties that came in and got the job done. Alex Claudio pitched 3 1/3. Sam Freeman an inning and a third, featuring a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Lefties saved the game in the middle of the game for the Rangers. They came back, won that ball game.
Ohlendorf worked in that Sunday night game in New York. 2/3 of an inning, scoreless baseball. And Bourne pokes it out of play. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Michael Bourne, a .237 average. No home runs, 11 RBI. Pinch hitting for Ryan Rayburn to open up this 8th inning. Ohlendorf, an exaggerated windup. The 2-2. Tommy Field throws out Bourne, 1 away.
That's a big out. Get the leadoff hitter in the 8th inning, a guy with speed. You definitely didn't want to see him get on base. So Ross took care of that.
Well, Bourne retired. Now Lonnie Chisenhall. Chisenhall entered the game as a pinch runner in the 6th inning for Nick Swisher. This will be his first at bat of the night. 204 average, 3 home runs, 16 driven in. Chisenhall, the nearly everyday third baseman for the Tribe. 1 ball, no strikes. Ohlendorf back to the plate. And skied to center field. Jonas Martin over into left center, makes the grab. That is out number 2. Next will be Jan Gomes. Ohlendorf, 2 up, 2 away. Well, the bullpen has been extremely good, and when you look at how many innings they've been asked to work, it even makes your eyes bug out a little more. They have been worked as heavily as any bullpen in the major leagues. They've answered the bell time and time again.
Yeah, they're getting to the point where they might have to look at having that extra reliever out in the bullpen.
Right. Breaking ball is in for strike 1. Yeah, until Neftali Feliz went on the disabled list yesterday. They had the extra man in the bullpen and really needed it. And you're right, Tom. They may have to think about adding 1 more in Neffy's absence. Another good breaking ball. It's 0-2.
Outfielders are playing deep. I don't think I've ever seen Leonis deeper than that in center field. You hit one over his head, you're going to go all around the bases in a trot.
That is a no doubles alignment. The 0-2 pitch. Hammered into the corner in left field, and Hamilton will play the carom. He's going to have a strong arm. A throw is going to keep him at first base. Nice play by Hamilton. That's where playing back really benefited you. That's a stand-up double almost every time. But playing deep like that, Hamilton got to the carom quickly and made a strong throw.
Right off to him in the air, and that is a strong throw. Look how far that ball skipped. Perfect throw. And Russ got ahead in the count, made Gomes look bad on a breaking ball, but then he hung that one, stayed up to him.
So Gomes carrying the tying run at first base with 2 outs here in the 8th inning. Brandon Moss, the hitter. Moss 0 for 3 tonight, a pair of strikeouts and a ground out. Moss a .221 average. He cues that one foul, like a straight changeup from Ohlendorf. Ross will feature all 4 pitches: fastball, curveball, slider, and change. A little cutter mixed in there from time to time. A lot of pitching savvy for this 32-year-old. 1 ball and 1 strike.
You try with that fastball right where he's trying to throw it. Tie him up. Keep it in. Don't let him extend his arms. Almost touching that strike zone.
That's in the dirt. Corcoran. Good job to keep it right around home plate. Ohlendorf, before coming to the Rangers, to the big leagues with the Rangers this year, hadn't pitched in the major leagues since 2013. That was with Washington. The 2-1 pitch. High and tight. 3 balls and a strike. Now Brandon Moss hitting 7th in the order. Mike Aviles, the third baseman, will follow. Now time called. Carlos Corcoran wanted time. He wanted to rethink what they were talking about. Ohlendorf agrees with the sign. In at the knees, 3-2. Our Skag pitch tracker showing you that last pitch right at the bottom of the zone. So with 2 outs now, Gomes will be off and moving. Foul back.
Good pitch. Threw him a changeup. He cued it right off the end of the bat. Came just a whisker away from missing that ball. Just barely ticked it off the end of the bat. Kept it right where he wanted to. A little bit out of the strike zone and down.
Well, everybody's reset. We will try it again. Gomes on the move. Payoff pitch. Got him swinging. Ohlendorf, a big punch out. He goes up the ladder. Moss couldn't climb that high. And the Indians are out in the 8th. They strand a runner. We're going to the 9th. Rangers leading by 1. It was in jeopardy in the 8th inning. Ohlendorf going up the ladder to Brandon Moss for a big strikeout with 1 on and 2 out, and that's how the inning ended. Ross Ohlendorf gave up a hit but stranded Jan Gomes at first. Big strikeout to end that threat. Here we go into the 9th inning. And a new pitcher on the hill. It'll be Mark Zebchinski, left-hander who was the losing pitcher in yesterday's ball game. He is on now to take over and pitch the 9th. He will face the top of the order. Jonas Martin leading things off. Michael Bourne staying in the ballgame to take over in center field, with Michael Brantley moving from center over to left. Leonis 0 for 3 with a walk and a run scored tonight. One ball and 1 strike. Leonis a .211 average as he faces Zebchinski. 2-1 now. Zebchinski back to the plate. Hard hit ball, but on one hop right to Jason Kipnis. 1 gone. You probably hear a growing roar, if you will, in Cleveland. The Cleveland Cavaliers have just wrapped up a trip to the finals. That's shown on the scoreboard. A 30-point win over the Atlanta Hawks right next door at Quicken Loan Arena. And Cavalier fans and Indian fans, although I think there are more Cavalier fans in the ballpark than there are Indian fans now. A little bit over 11,352 in attendance here tonight, and about 25,000 or so next door. Shin-Soo Choo 0 for 2. Rolls one out to short, and Ramirez on to first. 2 gone. And Prince Fielder will get at least 1 more at bat.
Stepping into the Rangers, number 84, Prince Fielder.
Fielder, another huge night. 3 for 4. Single, double, home run. If he finds some way to get a triple, he'll knock out the cycle here, too. That would be fitting.
Yeah, the only out he made was a pitch that he popped up to center field that he just missed.
Fielder had to unscrew himself from the dirt. He swung so hard on that one. He was drilling for oil. Zebchinski back with the 0-1. That will even things out. And Sean Tollison, if you had wondered about Sean's availability after being hit by that hot ground ball last night, he said not to worry about it, that he was fine today. Fielder chops it down foul. It's 1-2. He said it didn't get him square. He said if it had, he would have been going for x-rays. It was hit that hard. Said it was a glancing blow, and thank goodness that no swelling.
I'd say Sean will be going for 5 saves in, 7 days?
Yep. Check swing. That sweeping breaking ball from Zebchinski. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Fielder's average now at .373. Came in the league's leading hitter at .365, and well, you go 3 for 5. That should go up a little bit. 3 for 4. I mean, it should go up a little bit. 3-2. Well, if fielder gets aboard. Adrian Beltre would get another opportunity in this ball game. At the start of play today, the next highest hitter was Miguel Cabrera, who was hitting .344, 21 points below Prince's average at the start of the game. D. Gordon, major league leader, .373 to start. Fly ball to left field. That's chasing Brantley back. He's back on the track in front of the wall and makes the catch. Chris gave it a ride, comes up a little short. Rangers out in the ninth. We're going to the bottom of the ninth. John Tolleson time. You by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com. By AT&T UVerse TV. UVerse has more live TV channels on the go than cable. And by the Ford Memorial Day EcoBoost sales event. Get to your best in Texas Ford dealer today. Now we head to the bottom of the ninth inning. It is Sean Tolleson time. It's also Cavaliers fans time out there beyond the left field wall here at Progressive Field. They are watching a video board, but right now Sean Tolleson on to see if he can't get his 5th consecutive save. The rally hats of all manner are out here at Progressive Field. A couple of defensive changes for the Rangers, something that Jeff Bannister did yesterday in the outfield. I'll show you that in just a minute. Mike Avila starting things off. And Tolleson makes it outside for ball one. Jake Smolinski enters the ballgame, takes over in left field. And moving from left over to right, Josh Hamilton. Aviles, a walk, a strikeout, and a fly out to right. And he pops this one up on the infield. Moreland and Tommy Field. It'll be Mitch Moreland. One out. Well, Sean Tolleson yesterday in his inning of work used a grand total of 8 pitches to send the Indians down. And he gets the first out tonight on 2 pitches.
Sean's been throwing the ball great. 21 innings, 30 strikeouts on the season.
Jose Ramirez, the scheduled hitter, but he has been called back to the Indian dugout, and it'll be former Ranger David Murphy coming on as a pinch hitter.
David's a dangerous guy in this situation. He's had a pretty good record pinch hitting this year. In fact, he's hit 2 home runs, 2 pinch hit home runs.
1 ball, no strikes. Murphy, a .330 average, 3 home runs, 10 RBI. It's a fastball from Tollison right down through there. 1-1. Sean not wasting any time. Back to the plate. 2 balls and a strike. This one's popped up. Off with the mask is Corcoran. Carlos makes the catch. 2 gone. And Murphy just off balance enough to get the pop-up.
Yeah, he threw him a changeup. He set him up for the changeup with a couple of fastballs, buzzed him a little bit up and in with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, and then threw the changeup, had him a little bit out in front of it. And he popped it up.
Well, last man that Sean Tollison is hoping to face, Jason Kipnis. Change up in for a strike. Kipnis tonight had the leadoff home run back in the first inning. Since then has struck out twice and walked. .337 average. And he tops one foul down the first baseline. 0-2 for Tollison.
Definitely thinking that Kipnis is going to go up there in this situation looking for a fastball that he can pull. He took the changeup for strike 1 and tapped the second changeup, fouled down the first baseline. So 0-2 on 2 changeups.
Sean Tollison 1 strike away from his 5th save and the 7th straight Ranger victory. Ground ball up the middle. Elvis boots it. Has no play, and Kipnis and the Indians have life.
They threw him a breaking ball, it looked like. He beat it into the ground, looked like it was going to be the 3rd out. Takes a little hop, kicks off the side of Elvis's glove. Sean's going to have to get another out here.
Well, Elvis frustrated with himself over that ground ball. Kipnis, the tying run now at first base. 2 outs. Elvis with his 11th error of the year. Carlos Santana 0 for 3 with a walk. Changeup.
He's thinking the same thing about Santana, and he was right. Santana's looking to pull the ball out of the ballpark, way out in front of that changeup.
Santana a .219 average. Rangers playing very deep in the outfield again, trying to cut down the extra base hit. Santana representing the winning run in this situation. Kipnis the tying run at first. The 0-1 pitch. Down to the shoe tops. 1 ball, 1 strike.
You just as soon get Santana here than see Brantley hit with men on base again. They got him with the bases loaded earlier in the game. Wouldn't want to test it here in the 9th inning.
Tollison a check of first. Kipnis, of course, with very good speed. But carrying the tying run, I'm not so sure that he'd be on the move here. 1-1 the count. Changeup floats in. 1-2.
Boy, what a nice weapon.
Yep.
They just can't sit there and look for a fastball in a 1-run game. He just keeps floating the changeup in there, one right after the other. Good location with it.
The Skag pitch tracker showing you 1 run on top of the other, basically. 1-2 to Santana. Tollison the high set. Misses low and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
We're talking about Keone Kela and the development of his changeup. Listening to people talk about him in spring training and saying that it's becoming a very good pitch for him as he develops it. Sean's kind of in the same situation last year.
Right.
Working on his changeup. Mike Maddox encouraged him to throw it in a game, and all of a sudden it's become a major weapon for him.
2-2 pitch. Inside and hit him. Fastball in, and Santana very late reacting to it. He got plunked. Looks like on the right wrist.
I don't think Santana was really ready for the fastball. He'd seen so many off-speed pitches. When the fastball finally did come up and in, he really was slow to react to it. Not that you have a lot of time to react to it.
That'd get him on the left wrist. Top hand of the bat. See that one coming in there right where he had the sweat band. That didn't absorb much of the blow. So an error, a hit by pitch. The Indians have the tying and winning runs aboard here in the bottom of the ninth with 2 outs, and Michael Brantley is going to be the hitter.
And the only extra player they've got is their second catcher, Roberto Perez.
And the way Santana is grimacing, they may have to use Perez as a pinch runner.
And it's, as a first baseman, you have to handle your glove quite a bit. If that hand is feeling the way it looks, you're going to have a hard time putting a glove on and fielding a ground ball or catching a throw from an infielder with it. So he's going to try to give it a go if he can. Another situation you really weren't looking to see in the ninth inning is 2 men on for Michael Brantley. Been an off day for him so far. He's 0 for 4. Struck out with the bases loaded and 1 out in the 5th inning. That was a big out of the game.
So Santana down to first. Gipnis carrying the tying run out at second. Brantley has twice grounded out. Once popped out, once struck out. Sean Tollison, 14 pitches under his belt in this inning. And Jeff Bannister pacing the Ranger dugout. First pitch, a fastball in there for strike 1.
Sean, a little extra on that one. Most of them have been 93. That one was 94.
Just in case Brantley was looking change up the first pitch.
I'll give you a little extra on that one. And I wouldn't have blamed Brantley for looking for a change up. He'd thrown a lot of them to the other hitters, especially on the first pitch.
0-1. Even up, and a ball and a strike. John Tollison did not have a major league save opportunity until his 123rd career appearance. Since then, he has converted every one that he's been faced with. Fouled away, a ball and 2 strikes.
Well, Brantley's watched every pitch that Sean's thrown, and he's seen a number of changeups. But all he's seen in this at bat is 3 94-mile-an-hour fastballs. So he's taking a deep breath, trying to get a little game plan for the 1-2 pitch here. Sean doing the same thing from his side, looking down at his catcher, trying to get the sign and decide what they're going to go with right here. Get one of the better hitters in the league.
That time called. Brantley tired of waiting. Corcoran looked like he was flashing out the same sign to him for the second time, but Donaldson wasn't buying it. And again, Brantley tired of waiting. Donaldson, so let's recycle those. Go back through them one more time. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 on and 2 out. Rangers leading 4-3 in the bottom of the 9th inning.
When you need to take some extra time, you take it. You don't want to get crossed up here. Have a game plan, be on the same page, make the pitch.
It looked like Carlos Corcoran had in his mind exactly what he wanted to do, and Collison had in his mind exactly what he wanted to do. The two didn't come together. They didn't mesh, so you go out there and talk it over. And unless the catcher is so set that he won't waver, you defer to what the pitcher wants to throw. So you have 100% conviction before you ever throw it. The 1-2 pitch.
Oh, what a good pitch. I don't know how he laid off that thing because he's a good hitter. Breaking ball, just barely out of the strike zone, tempting, thought about it, ended up taking it. A lot of guys swing at that pitch.
2 balls and 2 strikes. That time, Carlos Corcoran wasn't really sure what he had ordered up for Sean Tollison to throw. So wait a minute, let me make sure if I remember what I just asked you to throw. We'll recycle that again. Tollison says, okay, let's go get him. 2-2 pitch. Chopper back to Tollison.
Whoa.
Over to Moreland, and that is a winner. Boy, Sean Tollison bouncing off the mound, going up for the rebound, and came down with it and fired to first. The Rangers have won 7 in a row as they defeat the Cleveland Indians tonight 4-3. So Tollison 5 for 5 now in save opportunities, all of them on this road trip. And Prince Fielder, another huge night. The veteran slugger, along with Mitch Moreland, going yard.
He threw him a changeup. He hit it off the end of the bat. Sean made the play, and Rangers are able to withstand a little bit of a rally there. Error and a hit by pitch. Sean stays perfect at 5 for 5 with saves. Came in, threw the ball great. Threw strikes, threw all his pitches. Didn't give him anything good to hit. Got the job done.
Well, the Rangers 7 consecutive wins. And that is the most they've had in a row since winning 7 straight last year in September. Overall now they've won 8 out of 9. And that comes on the heels of dropping 3 in a row. The Rangers winning them by all different manner. This was a close 1-run game and winning late. Sean Tollison has been the one constant, the thread, if you will, the common thread in the 5 victories that he has had a part in with the save. So 4-3 the final here tonight. Rangers have won their their 3rd consecutive series. And let's head down to the field. Emily Jones is standing by with the star of the game.
Thank you very much, Prince Fielder. You are absolutely crushing the baseball right now. At least it appears that way. Does it feel that way?
I'm just trying to get good pitches to hit, and